Tugboat, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the message letting me know that you're not going to be able to hang out on stream tonight. We're going to continue to try and make some progress. Good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Dragon, I'm a 3D printing variety streamer on Twitch. They asked, what does that mean? Well, it means we do everything from printer unboxings, like our Mark IV that's right behind me. Behind the box is bamboos, to full printer builds, like most of the rest behind. Speaking of full printer builds, we're working on our Rook 2020 Mark II. We're building along with Tugboat 3D Printing. Thanks for stopping in, Luke, the other Luke. Now, have fun at work tonight. We'll make some good progress today. I did get in some of the screws that I had ordered, which was M5 by 8 button head cap screws and some M5 by 30 button head cap screws. So I did go ahead and swap. Swap the silver hardware that we had up at the top over for the black hardware, as well as replace the ones at the bottom here. I did leave the ones on the feet for now. They're not going to be visible. Maybe a couple other places I'll swap some out, but we'll see. But yeah, this is kind of where we left off. It's been a minute or two since we worked on this printer, just because we had Midwest Rep Rap Festival, got back from that, and I was here for a week, and then when we started this, and I was off for a week at work, and chose to go back out to Napanee, Indiana, right out there close to Goshen, and spend the time that I was out of work with my son. I didn't get much chance to spend some time. Yeah, so there we go. And I think I'm going to go ahead and pull my mouse off the charger. One more thing, because my mouse was dead when I went to go use it. And so yeah, so far we've got the main frame put together. We got our B and A motors installed along with the bearing stacks. And we've got our pulleys lined up with the appropriate bearings. We've got our Z-axis in place with our linear rods. We've got our bed in place on our using our LM8 LUU, the long linear bearings. Hey, Free Heathen. Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah, I was listening to you on and off today over on Vexy stream. I just couldn't hang on there too much because of meetings random throughout the day. So I was listening and reading and paying attention. Let's see. We've got our other part of our Z-axis, which is our top belt mount. Now, this is interesting in the fact that we're going to have tensioners in the front for our XY belts. And then our Z belt, there's 4 screws that are going to go on the top here. Literally going to screw down through the part and onto the extrusion and raise this whole piece up using those M3 bolts to get proper tension on the belt. And then we've got the 2 M5 screws. So here's what I'm talking about. We'll have 4 screws in the top here that's going to literally go down right on the extrusion here and lift this part up. Once we get proper belt tension, then we'll tighten these 2 screws down and lock it in place. We did get our B and A motors mounted, and we did get our Z motor mounted. Now you'll notice that I've also got some set inserts in here, and I'll be quite honest with you, I did have boards mounted down here since the last stream. Gotta crank up your mic, can't hear you? Okay. Getting people saying I'm too loud or not loud enough. Crank it up a little bit. How's that? Is that any better, Zombie? So this came right out of the Rook Mark 1 that we built from the Rico kit. So it does have the pen already made here for running this, running your Raspberry Pi via UART and powering the Pi via the GPIO. And then we'll have the input here. So hopefully that still is doable with how we orientate. I realize I got a pen that's sneaking out. What else? What else? Hey, Slab Station, Kittrell from West 3D. What's up, my friend? Welcome on in. Doing good. You're stringed a lot. Yeah, TPU has to be really, really dry or it'll string really bad. You can hit it with a torch, but these are TPU. Can hit it with a torch, just be careful. Heat gun, hair dryer would help. Okay, Pez, let's go get some cold food because I'm sure it's hot there. It is 91 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. And the sun is hitting right at the front of the house over here. So it's about in the afternoons when this room really starts warming up a lot. What's up? Didn't know you had an emote. You do have an emote. I don't think it's on my channel. I think it's on Zombies, where that lives. But yeah. So yeah, that's kind of where we were at. I went ahead and took these back off for now because we are going to be working with our Z-axis and trying to get our Z-axis done up and all of that good stuff. So, and while we're sitting here like this, let's go ahead and that's what we're going to start working on. This is Dunkin' Donuts that Dragon got me, and then my second cup that's sitting over here, whoops, is the standard, it's my standard just decaf and regular, so kind of a half and half mix. I did notice that when I was looking at my parts, I don't know if it's just time or what, but this particular part does have a split on it right here. I'm not sure if it'll go up, but there is a split starting right here on a layer line, so I may have to reprint this part just because I don't like that split. It shouldn't be carrying much load because this is your belt carrier. This will get attached to your MGN 9C rail. Then your belts will come here. This gets tension across the part, and then this piece is going to sit right on top of it on that spot, and that's what helps line it up. And then this is all the tool heads. So there's probably not a lot hanging on that. So I might just hit it with some acetone or nail polish remover and call it good. We'll see. We'll see how far we get today. So X-axis. Going to switch over here. Browser view. Real fast while I get ready to change. So I do have one of K2 Kevin's Maker Chip Matrix printing, and this is a 3DO enclosure camera that you're seeing here mounted in the bottom right corner on the 2.4. You have lights in there now, and those are always on, always working. So pretty good camera. It's really good resolution. It would have been better had I paid attention to the print orientation and made this go at the other angle so you could see this actually printing. But it is coming out pretty well. This is the orange from EPAX 3D that I'm printing this. Now let's jump back over to our CAD, Fusion 360. Looking at this. So we need to look down here at our Z-axis. Trying to figure out my way around. There we go. So I'm trying to figure out what all we have down here. We've got our, I believe it shows a printed wheel. I actually have the metal wheel now, along with the, kind of hard to see, 188 GT2 closed loop belt, Amazon special. This is going to be the outer gear here. We're going to a flange bearing that gets pressed in. That is a F695ZZ, so the standard bearing that we've been using everywhere. And I'm gonna have to grab another one real fast. Oh, and I just realized I forgot to tell you guys all the stuff I was working on, what I wanted to talk to you guys about. No, I've got plenty. No, this is exactly how it comes from whomever it is. This is probably an AliExpress special that was shipped and stocked at Amazon by somebody. That's, you know, just a standard one. I had some of these in this diameter, but they were for 9mm belt, not the 6mm. So I did go ahead and get the right one and got a pack of like 10 of the belts. And the one thing I did want to do before I forget was, you all have known that I keep talking about how I'm going to rebuild the V0 to a V0.2. Well, I've started printing those parts, partly because I've been printing parts for my Talon Claw 4, which is a foam dart flinger. Okay? And the parts I'm using, these are just two random parts. And the colors that I'm going with are 3DO, and this is 3DO ASA CF blue, and 3DO ASA carbon gray. And there's going to be another color in here as well, which is Polymaker ABS neon orange, because some of your parts really need to be orange to signify that they're not a real gun, you know. And so I decided, while I had it out, why not do my rebuild of Baby Blue, which happens to be KVP blue and black. I'm going to do it in the same color scheme, right? So we're going to have the blue and gray color scheme on this as well, and that lighting sucks. I don't know why the lighting, but it's going to be the blue and gray. Oh, get down here. There we go, a little bit better. So it's going to be the blue and gray for the rebuild of the of Baby Blue, which is taking the V01 to a V02. So those parts are printing. And once I get all the blue parts, because I already have all the gray accent parts printed, once I get all the blue parts printed, then I'll be switching over to the orange to print the accessory parts for the Talon Claw, because the stuff has finally shipped from West 3D, so that'll be coming in soonish. And then the V-Core 4 was being shipped directly from Rat Rig, and it's supposed to be here tomorrow. It is literally on a plane coming over from Madrid, Spain, as we speak, into Georgia. So, hey, Solar 3DP, how's it going? So what we're going to do is we're going to take one of our F695, which is the flange bearings, and that's going to get stuck right down here in the hole. Whoops. I was going to do that. Stuck in the hole. Press in there, you looker. There we go. Okay. And that will provide support on this side, and another one goes on the opposite side. So we're going to need one more of these. Goes on the other side. I think I've got a slight mangling of the lip from the from how it printed, so there and clean that up a little bit. Thanks for the alert, Free Heathen. Big fingers, small places. Never a good mix. Okay, there we go. So we've got that part in here. Now we're going to have another pulley in here, and this is the pulley that is going to hold the belt. And it's another standard yeah, it's another standard GT2 20-tooth pulley, or 16-tooth, sorry. Make sure I have the right one in here, and I have to clean this one up a little bit. Once again, there's a few extra parts in this kit that wasn't in the previous kit because of the new belt pass and such. So we're making do, and we're grabbing stuff out of stock as we need to. My tugboat guys should have everything that they need. Actually, let me see if they didn't model out. Say, zombie, is that a 16 or a 22? Do you know? Because I know that you've built one of these. I think we're going to go with a 22. So, same thing that we used everywhere else so far on our pulleys for our motors is what we're going to use here. I really, really wish it said that was a wow. Either one of these have locked the grub screws in them. Finally has a grub screw in it. I have to get me some grub screws. And as usual, whenever you're using grub screws, please use Loctite on your grub screws. Don't want this to be freewheeling, otherwise your Z-axis is not going to actually do what you want it to do, which is lift things up. Like I said, thanks for the lurk, Free Heathen. The one thing that, oh, I guess while I'm at it, let me grab the grub screws out of our big gear and get those done. So the other body that it doesn't give me sizing or measurements on is the dowel pin that we're going to use for the Z motion. The CAD does not list the size. I would have to look at the BOM over on the other computer to see if I could determine which size is what they're speccing for it, or I can just wing it. Trying to figure out a measurement, rough measurement. One. Do it this way. Not going to line up. This is already pulled out as far as it can. It has to be turned around. This means our total distance needs to be almost 50 millimeters and be able to go through all the parts. I am not sure how big the longest pin I have is. Might not be long enough, so I may still be stuck and have to order longer dowel pin. What do I have? That's a 43, 40, 30, 35, 25. I am not going to have a pin long enough to be supported all the way through. I'm going to need like a 60 mil pin. Don't think I have any spares in black box. Nor do I think I had any that were that long. It's not telling me what size. Let me check what size they're calling for, just to see. Maybe the printed part is the best. It's going to take me a second to find this. Hey sis, how's it going? Welcome on in. I should ship you the V44 so you can compare it to your 3.1, for research. Yeah, probably not, Chris. I got to build it first. I believe in reading the package, number one, there's 6 boxes, right? Because I've got the I've got the printer, panel kit, the hybrid motor kit. It comes with printed parts, and I don't know what the other, I'm trying to figure out how it's in 6 boxes. There must be, I mean, obviously, if the Milo's in 2, V-Core is going to be in at least 2 boxes for the main printer, 1 for the panels, another one for the hybrid motor kit. I'm still S4. I don't know where the other 2 are coming from. So, filling inside before you go out and walk dogs and feed horses. All right, Westery. Well, I understand the need to do that. It is definitely hot outside. I try and do things that I have to outside. Or 22 pulleys. 1, 2, 3. That's the 4. So 60 millimeters. Guess what I don't have is a 60 millimeter shaft. So I won't be able to put our Z drive together tonight because I still need a 60 mil shaft. Guess I shafted myself for not looking ahead. So we'll set those parts aside and we'll go back up and start working on the top again. Flip this back over. And I guess at this point we'll start on our rails. We'll do our 2 Y rails. Then we'll start working on our X carriage. And we also need to do our idlers for the front here. And the way those front idlers work, it's got this printed U-shaped part. See down in the middle there, we need to put a heat set insert in. That's because this U-shaped part, this part goes in these holes in the extrusion. And you want the bolt head side up. And this will slide into that area. And you're going to have a M3 screw that comes from the front and goes into that M3 heat set insert. So the nice thing about that is you would have to pull that insert completely out in order to, like, all the way through the part to bust it loose. So you can get some good tension on this. And then you've got printed in spacers. So you do not need shims. It's just the 2 bearings that go straight in there. And it's held in place with an M5 screw that goes through and just screws into the plastic. All that M5 is doing is acting as a pen, basically. So let's go ahead and get that put together. Let me flip this around. What size is M3 by 16 for the front screw, and M5 by 16 for top screw. Now I've got button heads, or I have a couple of M5 by 16 socket heads. Those call for socket heads. Shouldn't be an issue. You shouldn't need to tighten this like down to all get out. So you're going to take your 2 bearings without the shims, slide it in here. It should be able to, quote unquote, give just a little bit. Get them lined up apart. And put your bolt in. And once again, we don't need to really compact this. We want these to bend freely. And out a pretty decent amount. Like, that's sticking out like 3 millimeters. So what I'm going to do, and even if I don't have it in a black socket head, is I do have some. I'm gonna put in 5x12 button heads in here. I think I have at least one black one. I've got 2. Nope, just one. Want to try and stay with the all black theme, but at the same time, that's great. 12 isn't long enough. 16 is way too long, or in my opinion, it feels too long. And I don't have this. I don't think I have. What do I have? M12. I do have some M14s. We'll give these a regardless, once again, if they're too long, it should not be an issue. If anything, it's going to provide a stop to your tensioning before you, I'll say, over tighten. And these actually work out perfect for these. These were 16. Oh, I must have grabbed 20s. Why it was too long. That'll do it for you. 5. Okay, so same thing like before. We just got our flange bearings, making the roller, stick them in the part. Good spread open because it's just a U shape. Get your screw started. Everything stays aligned. And there we go. That is just making a pen. Gems, put them away. And these are going to go right in here. And we'll put an M3x16. Now I am not going to put these all the way in right now because, well, let's just say it's probably going to be easier to run belts through here without having it pulled all the way in. So we'll get our belts initially wrapped around here, then we'll slide them in, and we'll put an M3x16, what it called for. Actually, see how far out that. And of course, it's time to do a little bit of deburring. So Kevin, K2 was in here, wasn't he? Or no? talking about K2. I don't know if he was. So K2 has several prints for the the AMS to help you in dealing with your spools. I have found that a lot of the cardboard spools, as it starts to get light, I get a lot of issues and jams and stuff, or failure to unwind, failure to wind type things. And hey, Bexy, how's it going? How are you doing? You were going like almost all day today on your stream. I was trying to catch as much as I could, but in between meetings. All I'm doing is making sure that these holes were opened up to a true 3mm with my reamer, because you don't want these screws making threads through this. You only want it to be going into the heat sets in here. Which hey, there's that I didn't think about getting out of the way before I put the other things on it. See if I can bore my way through this plastic from the heat set insert. Hey, Tech Jeeper, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. So all I want to do is get these in place here. Once again, it slides in that slot. And now I'm going to take an M3x16 and come in through the front and just get it started, a couple of threads, and then pull this all the way out. What I'm trying to do is see how much room I have to play with and whether or not it'll be, I'll say, easy enough to get these to get the belts on there or not, or if it would be better to leave these I'll say open and available for belting, and then go ahead and get these. This one I might have to take back apart because the swarf from the heat set is in the way. And Tech Jeeper, thank you for raiding with a party of 11. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Cruising Girl, welcome in. Built Over Bot, welcome in. Oh, not a problem, Bob. You can lurk all you want. You can lurk all you want. Thank you all for coming over and hanging out. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's get this back in there and make sure that it's making a roller. I will neither confirm nor deny that I have put rollers in and gone through an entire build without realizing that I stacked the rollers wrong, and I had the flanges together in the middle, and it took me all the way until I was belting the printer up to realize what I had done. And that's a kind of a moment. Yeah, that should give us plenty of room to work those. And I'm going to push them all the way back for now. Ooh, not just that, but I'm going to have to take these out so I can get the rails in. Just for access to the first screw in the rail. So let's actually work on doing that. So we're going to mount our rails here, and our linear rails are basically going to be going from print to print, just a little bit extra wiggle room. And we're going to do every other one here. So 2, 3 and 3. We'll need 6 of our M3 rolling T-nuts. Three towards the front, 3 towards the back. Oh yeah, I need to stop that merch because the merch is not set up anymore. And I can't remember who it was. I believe it might have been Mr. Wizix that was commenting about my tips not working. I figured out the issue. It helps if you type in the right email address and don't combine 2 different email addresses, like the first half of your Google with live.com and then the just working to get these initially lined up. Then we'll get these started. And these are going to be M3 screws, and these should be M3 by 8s. And I'm going to have to go off script here and use silver because I just do not have M3/8s in the black oxide. So just going to get these started. I'm not going to crank on them. One of the other things that I did was I had ordered parts, thanks to KB3D getting me the working CAD file, and I have ordered parts for the black stack frame, which will be a base for the black box printer. And part of that will require so it's all 2020, right? Your mic says you have bad weather coming. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was watching some of that. It works out. All right, cool, Mr. Wizix, thanks. And there you go. Thank you for the bits for the Gigantify emote, Mr. Wizix. I appreciate it. There you go. Yep, Champ Coffee Fund. And Teslas and others, if you've come in through the Check Jeep raid, if you could, down on the bottom left of the screen, double click my icon. That will bring you into my channel from Tech Jeep. It's just something that whatchamacallit does. Oh God, darn it. It's that thing that Twitch does, so it gets counted towards me. Now, these are actually the BZBot ones, but they fit, so I'm going to use these as spacers. And the first one I'm locking down with the alignment block. The other one I'm going to get lined up with the alignment blocks, and then we're going to do our gantry, and I will undo the one a little bit and work the motion system, which will guarantee me that this rail winds up parallel to this. You were here all along? Yeah. Okay. So the way we do this is we start in the middle and we work our way out. So I'm going to try and bring these blocks a little closer to the middle. And I'm just snugging them down. I'm not ugga-dugging them. I'm going to snug them down. What you see me doing is constantly moving the alignment blocks as close to them as I can get. I can't get all the way back here because of our corner support braces for linear rods. Now that we've got everything snugged a bit, we're going to come back in and apply some ugga-duggas. Again, going from the inside out. Okay, so the right side rail, we'll say, is our we'll call it a storyboard, right? We'll call it a story. The one that we're going off of, it's our truth line, however you want to call it. The other thing, so as I was talking about the black stack, so I've ordered the frame rails from Masumi, and they're coming in cut to length. Now they're not going to be, I didn't go ahead and say, okay, drill and tap the ends or set up for blind joints because it's a little costly. And it's pretty similar to what I did on, well, these, except I cut these myself, is I also drilled and tapped these, and I did the same thing for, I did the same thing for the 0G back here. I had Masumi cut all of the frame rails because that way I know they're guaranteed good, 90 degree. They're very nicely finished. Then I came in and I drilled and tapped everything myself, which was fun and actually added more fasteners with additional blind joints than what's called for in the base manual. So I cannot express to you how rigid this frame is. Even though there's no like major front corner bracing or anything like that, this frame is beyond rock solid. And then, so that's the plan. Now, the other side of that is it'll sit on casters. And those casters are going to be 3-inch casters, 3-inch polyurethane casters. And the brackets that you need to create are CNC'd aluminum brackets. Well, I'm building the CNC. It's down here still in a pile, not ready yet. So what I did was I bought some aluminum plate. And by the way, I think this was 2 12 by 12 by 1/4-inch thick plates. The surface isn't bad. The edges kind of suck. You definitely have to finish off the edges. They are just rough sawn edges. Whoops. So these are just rough sawn edges. They're kind of burry. So you would definitely need to finish these off. But 12 by 12, isn't that the same thing as a 300 by 300 bed? I think so. A little bit more than a 300, so that's your standard boron bed size right there. So if you think about it, you do your measurements right, you could use your Milo probably to make yourself some beds. But as I was starting to get that out, I realized, so I had printed one of the parts out so I could use it as a template. And I realized I had aluminum. So this is a 6x12. And what you'll see is I've already gone ahead and factory finished edge. So I'm going to assume that this is a straight edge. And going from there, I've created 4 panels so I can cut them out. And then I will basically fabricate my own brackets to use for the casters. So what you'll have is this corner right here, you'll have M4 nuts or M4 screws going into M4 nuts, I'm assuming, because everything about black box is M3 and M4. And these are not M3, so these must be M4. And then these 4 holes will be for the caster. So you'll have basically 2 edges attached to the 2020 and then the 3-inch caster on there. So I've got the casters. I need to fabricate those, which I can do over the course of a couple of nights because I don't want to be out there in the middle of the heat trying to fabricate stuff in the garage if I don't have to. Hey, Pete, welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. And yeah. So with any luck, I should at least have the base of a black stack. Of course, KB said that Steve will have a black stack soon as well. I'm assuming that he may get one of the first prototype kits. So I'm going to self-source because, well, my black box is sitting downstairs on the table and I really want it up here. And the nice thing is I can bring black stack or black box to shows and I can bring black stack with it, which will enable me to actually have a good solid stand to put it on. Okay. So once again, I'm going to use my alignment blocks over here to get the initial alignment done. But I'm not going to snug it down completely. I'm just going to, I'll say, finger tighten things. Because once we do the XY joint blocks, then we'll make sure that these are loosened so it can slide a little bit. And we'll use our X-gantry to actually align this rail so that we get out any racking and any binding. Put my M3x8s away because we'll be using something longer on the X rail. So on our X rail, you'll see that we have slots here. That's because each X rail is normally cut a little bit differently. So you want to have a little bit of wiggle room here. And M3x12s and lock nuts, and that's going to get our rails attached to the back of the printer or the gantry. It actually goes all the way through the gantry. Now, if you remember right, the rail piece that I had on the original one, it was printed all the way across the back. And that's what Canrog referred to, I believe, as the speed rail. just provides a little bit more of a backer. I'm not sure how much it adds as far as stiffness goes, but it added something. And I believe that one also may have had used heat set inserts, I think. I can't remember. The heat set inserts are going to give you a little bit better, I'll say, proper alignment. The problem here is it doesn't just wiggle side to side, it wiggles up and down. So it's trying to get them, get this straight perpendicular to your X-gantry that's going to be, we'll say, fun. And what we're going to do is I'm going to get this loosely put together, and then we'll mount the XY joints, and then we'll build in our idlers on the XY joints, and then that will help to give us the stability, and the gantry will basically say quote unquote set itself, and then we'll be able to tighten up the gantry. I will say that was a happy, darn it. So I put both of these on the right way, but this is upside down. Oh well. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to slide this far back as I can. And we're going to put 3 screws in. I don't think we can get all 4 screws in because of just placement. And we're going to put 3 screws in. And these screws are going to be M3x6 socket heads. Do I have M3x6? A M3x6. Six. At some point, I really should go through all of the little screws that I have sitting on my workbench and find the appropriate homes for it. Anybody know of a good organization tool to use for organizing all of your various screws? All right, I don't have M3x6 socket heads unless they're in one of my old kits here. May have to use M3x6 button heads, which I had some of those. 8. Three by 6s. Sorry, I figure while I'm in here. These are great when you're doing a build, and then afterwards, you gotta work on getting what's left of the build, putting it back in with your standard bench stock so that you have easy access to things. By 8. The 8. These are black M3 lock nuts. Dang it. So, did have M3 by 6s, but apparently they were all used. So, release M3 by 6 socket head. Anything over here? Nope. Okay. That was a great side tangent adventure. M3 by 6 button heads it is. Hopefully the heads will fit in there. Don't have enough M3 by 6, whatchamacallit, black ones, so we'll have to use silver ones. Good news is they're going to get covered up. So bad news is I already know that my standard drivers won't fit through these top holes, so I got what's the screw fitting? Yeah. There was a distinct reason why I said that. Because I started to do a screw U unit, but then realized that this doesn't work with stuff that I already have, because what I already have is Gridfinity. So then I went ahead and printed out a Gridfinity 2U unit. Now, unfortunately, my current boxes are all 3 deep. So 2 deep, not bad, but you know, it is doable. I did the super big one, so I need to start printing some drawers go along with that, and I really need to start organizing some things in the shop. It really sucks when you sit here and you figure out that you've got button head, socket head, flat head, fan head, was it ultra low flathead or something like that. So what we're doing is we're just trying to get these lined up on the trucks. And once again, as we do this and we lock the trucks down, it's going to make these stop sagging and go straight, at least on the ends. And it will also set our distance, so then we can start tightening up our rail. Kind of what we're trying to do here. get our trucks going. I actually like the fact that I'm using button heads here because button heads fill up the printed counterbore holes a little bit better than the socket heads do, and it helps better with centering everything in the hole. Hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? I didn't ask. How was your drive today? I was watching some of it. I just wasn't sure. I wanted to ask how the drive itself was. Carefully. Okay. One of the other things that I did is I replaced this screw here with a button head. And the screw I'm talking about is the one that holds on the Z-axis pulley. I did go ahead and swap that out with a button head just because once again, it's a slimmer head, so it doesn't stick out as much, which would cause us to lose some travel in our movement. So with both of these now locked down, what I would be able to do, put that away, this away. We've got this, and if I find it, is it over here readily? I wonder if one of these. There we go. Nice. So what I'm going to do now is I need to make sure that these are lined up. And so what I'm going to do for right now is loosen this rail back up. Not a lot, just like a quarter half turn, so it can free float. So I'm going to move this through its paces. And I want to bring everything back. And I'm going to hold it back against the piece here and tighten these up one at a time on the X-ray. I have to do the centers. Come forward and make sure that they're both up against the front. And I tighten the others up. Okay, and that should set my X-ray. Right? We've now got our stoppers built in. Now, one thing I can tell just right now is I do have, it's not straight. There is a little bit of racking here. I'm probably not going to be able to take that out just with the rail. And I think it's going to wind up just because it could be some slight warp in the printed part, but this little bit of racking, we can get out with the belts, pinching our belts. That's easy enough to do. Well, good, good. Yeah, and I have no idea. Are you just short haul around town, or are you like regional, so you're home every day, or do you do long haul overnight stuff as well? I just never knew about your driving. Okay, so we've got our 2 front pulleys done. We've got this here. We're going to need to do our pulleys for the X-gantry here. And you don't need printed spacers because they're built into the printed part. So there's no printed spacers that you need. These are going to all be smooth as well. And I'm not seeing. I think there is, yes. Steve, no. No, there should be printed shims in both places. So we just need the bearings. No, no shims there. And these are M5 by 25s. And I get 25s, or these are M5 by 30s. And of course, I did not buy M5 25s, so we will have silver ones, unless there's any M5 25 black ones in here. I don't think there are. No, not in a standard kit. Yep, so we'll have to go with some silver ones for these, at least for now. And I'll find some down the road and get them swapped out. So bearing stacks, similar. The right is low in the front, high in the back. On the left, it's low in the back, high in the front. So it's basically the opposite there. And you'll take your bearing stacks and get it set up. Push it in your gap there, try and get it lined up. Oops. Stacks in place. Lined up, and drive your screws down through them. And don't ugga-dugga this down, just go down until it stops, because you're going through the bottom plastic part and you're resting up against the carriage. So if you kind of crank down on this, you're going to smash it into your carriage and you could bind your carriage up. And I would suggest doing the back, then the front. You do the front first, you'll basically push the whole part together, and it'll make getting the one in the rear done a lot harder. Of course, make sure that your bearings are moving freely. Take this one, it's in top back over here, so get this around so it'll be a little bit easier. How's it going, fat boy? Once again, these are just basically turning themselves into pins. They don't need to be really slammed down together. You're not relying on compressive forces. Or front one line up. Okay, there we go. Now we've got our rail lined up. Be able to start running belts here in a short bit. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put these in. These being our front idler bearings. And once again, we're just going to do a couple of turns on this to get the screw going in the press insert. We want them as loose as possible so that when we do our belts, we can get them fairly tight by hand. And then we can use these to set the proper tension and derack our gantry. So we toss that there. Over here again. Don't think I need any of these spacers here. This, go with this. 6s, okay. Can't do our Z-axis just yet. What else do we have? Let's go ahead and grab some belts. I'm gonna have to come over here to my stash of belts because with the new belt path, there's no way that the existing belts that I had from the previous build will work. So I just need to come over and find all of my spare and excess GT2 belt and see what works. I'm pretty sure that that's 9mm, so the 9mm will not work. So everything else here should be 6mm. Is do this larger roll. And our belt pass here. Zombie, our belt pass, if you're here, belt pass on here are still done with zip ties, right? Have been in the past. Thanks for the alert shenanigan. Okay, you stay within 4 hours of your house. You used to do coast to coast in the past. That would be fun for a while, and then not. Okay, now I'm going to assume that these are also going to be do some hiding. Hide. Seriously? That's good. Now I know what that piece is. What I'm trying to do is just dig my way back here, see what I need to do, what screw sizes. And they don't have the screws. Left out those screws. Awesome. And it does look like we're gonna have to put some heat sets in this piece as well, which is good to know. So heat sets on the outside to mount the extruder. Sets in the middle for the mounting of the hot end. I'll have to do some. That goes into the carriage, which is good because it's for. I'm going to assume it takes M3x6 again because we're going into these small carriages. This is Gates Power Grip GT LL2 GTRF. And what I always try and do kind of loop around my motors so that I kind of know where I'm coming to. Around the motor, up front, around here. Why I said it might be easier to take this piece out when the time comes. Get a belt wrapped around it. Oh, there we go. So interestingly, that it still shows all of these as smooth pulleys, because normally you'd want a tooth idler with the belt teeth going around it. That means we'll come up this way. This is a high belt. We come in from the back, around the front. You're going to align the teeth of your belt and then put a zip tie, preferably 2 zip ties, and that will lock in your carriage. So let me bring you guys over here. So I always start off, or try to start off, bringing it around a motor pulley, because the teeth always have to go around the motor pulley. Then from there, it becomes easier just to understand how it routes and how it's going to connect. So in this case, it's going to fight me with the pull of the, okay. We're going to come around from the back, loop around. We will line up the belt teeth so that they go into one another, and we'll do 1 or 2 zip ties right close to it, and that will provide the lock. And then once we get our belt pass done, this will get screwed to the front of the carriage. So it'll get screwed to the front of the carriage. So that's what we'll be doing. But what I need to do is, now that I just have kind of the basics, I need to figure out kind of loosely what my overall belt path is. So as we come around the back, it stays at the top. This is the top belt path. We're going to come around the top here and then come around to the front. And all I'm doing is just trying to get a basic length so that I can then cut this belt, and then I will make the other one match tooth for tooth. And that will let me have both my belts the same length. Okay, so there's my initial belt length. Now what I may do, just for giggles, now that I've cut this belt, because I keep forgetting it doesn't go around the front anymore and all that, I may just see if I can grab the other belts that are in here and just see if they're even remotely close to the same length. And I'm going to say no. So this is the previous belt over here, the shorter one. And kind of got them just lined up manually. So you can see that there's a good chunk of belt extra that we need. Now, granted, I did make it a little bit longer just so that I can validate my routing. But yeah. grip juice. Around the front pulley is kind of the biggest pain in the tuchus. Get that done. Do some work out here. We're just going to loosely put it in place. And loosely getting it here, and if our pulleys and stuff aren't perfectly lined up, we'll have the ability to adjust those. You want to make sure that these belts are riding in the pulleys. Work on making them. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh. And that was making weird noises. It was because it failed. It steps majorly. Don't know what happened there, but that's as far as we got. And then we had something caught and we skipped some steps. I'll have to give that a shot again. Know what hit, but it was looking good. Was looking good until it hit something and skipped steps. I'll have to figure that out. But we're coming back here. We're going to do some belting. I need some zip ties. And we're just going to work on one ready to go on the other, or on one side. Don't need a bunch of teeth, just need a couple. Make sure that they are lined up. Try and get your first zip tie as close to your printed part as possible when you tighten it. Then I try and do two on here. If I've got the space, if I need to down the road, I will flip one of these off if I need to. So I'm going to try and keep two on there. And be nice to yourself down the road and clip these flush up against the head so you don't catch a loose end. Slice your hand up, because I've done that before. I cannot believe that I just did that and did not. You guys let me do that, didn't you? It's kind of hard to do count teeth when we already cut it, but will do my best here to match up tooth for tooth. Count the extras that I need to. So at least our belts start off relatively the same. They're not going to be the same, but they're going to be relatively close. Have fun at your meeting, Pete. And Bexy, too. Lots of love to you, too. Have a good evening. Stay out of trouble. Stay out of jail, as other people I know would say. By the way, if you've had the opportunity and the ability to do dual windows, MakerMind Nexus was streaming with some announcements tonight for his 3D printer rehab stuff that he's working on. Okay, so let's reroute this belt. Giving me fits right now, so we're going to just pull that out. Boom, makes it a lot easier to get that belt through there. Back in. Do this original 2 or 3 turns. Then we're going to do the same thing. Make sure that our belt's in all of the right channels. And then what we can do is we can kind of go through here and set our tension initially by hand here. This is where I feel like I need 18 hands. RF S3D, how's it going? Ash Prince, welcome in. The Rook is coming along good. We're just working on the initial belt routing right now. I wanted to work on the Z-axis and I can't because apparently I need a 60 millimeter long 5mm shaft, and I don't have it. So I'm going to have KB3D send me one. Order one from KB3D, Amazon, whoever can get it here. If I can get it from Amazon and get it here by tomorrow or Thursday stream, I will. If not, we'll get it from KB3D and work it that way. Okay, so there's the first side, right? First side, we got it basically put on there. And now we need to go through and route the other belt. Belt that has just a smidge of word on it. Of course it does. start it over on this side. How do we do this? This way. Round. Do all. If you're looking for 2020 extrusion ash, you can get it off of Amazon. When you get it off of Amazon, chances are it's, make sure you're getting what you want. Because there's a bunch of T slot and there's a bunch of V slot. Want T slot, make sure it's T. Masumi, yes, can get a bit pricey. But if you get Masumi, the nice thing with Masumi is they'll cut it. It'll be very accurate. It definitely will be 90 degrees on the edges, and you can you can have them go ahead and do the any blind holes, any drill and tap operations. Just know that everything that they do adds to the cost. In fact, I just bought extrusions from Masumi for Blackstack, and I bought just the extrusion cut to length, and I will do all of the tapping and stuff myself because I've done that before. I have no problems doing it, and it definitely saved on the overall cost. You can also get extrusions from Xyltech. Same type of thing though. The more you ask them to do, the more it is per piece to have that done. Be aware and be prepared. Riding in the channels and not on the edge. Oh, and then pull your tensioner. Twist your belts. Everything. Make sure that your belts are in all of the pulley grooves before you start trying to pull anything on them, because if you don't, you will. Dang it. Twice now. If you don't, you can actually tear up your belt thinking, oh, well, it's tightened. And it can either A, tear up your belt, or B, not be, or fall down in the groove after the fact. And now you've got, belt that is loose, and you'll start having print artifacts. Let me stop trying to like over tension the end. Lined up my and that is why we've got tension our belts after we get things lined up and installed. No need to try and tension the crap out of them by hand. And once we get this done, we're going to go ahead and mount this carriage to, or mount our X carriage to the actual rail carriage. We're going to need some more M3x6s to do that. So get that stuff moved out of the way and get our M3x6s out. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was watching you earlier today, Ash Prince. Yeah, I kind of was lurking. I worked during the day for Cisco, and I was in and out of meetings. So I was kind of lurking around in your stream and in Bexy B shenanigans, and yeah, and that's the thing is you can get the extrusions on AliExpress. You can get them on Amazon as well. Just you got to make sure and look at the dimension. 9 times out of 10, like if you're getting it from Masumi, you're most likely going to have extrusions that will work with an M5 screw, just like a Voron or any of the other major printers. If you're getting extrusion from Amazon, chances are it's going to require the use of M6 screws. So you'll have to go get some M6x16s. So if you're ordering them, they should have the sizing and stuff on the website or on the listing. And when you see that if it's an M5 hole for the center of the extrusion, then know that you're going to have to drill and tap it for 6mm. So I would say go ahead and get your 6mm hardware at that point. Okay, so we've got that in there. It's not, we'll say it's hand tight, but it's not like super tight. what you want to do is take your carriage and move it all the way to a side where it stops. Should hit the stops in the rail before either one of your zip tied edges hit the rollers. So this side is good. This side is going to be super sketch where we hit way ahead. So we're going to have to, basically what I'm saying is you're going to need to trim your belts down on one side. Once again, making sure that your belts are all properly routed. So we're going to go on a Skyview tour. Make sure your belts are all sitting flush in your rollers at all locations. All the way around so that you're not having any routing issues that will cause you to have one, it'll tear up your belts, and then two, it'll give you all kinds of fits as you're trying to tighten these. And you want to make sure you're good before you cut these belts. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pull this all the way forward, right? This side's touching, this side I have a gap. That tells me that I'm going to need to play with my tensions to get them tensioned and to de-rack my frame. There's not a lot of movement left. Potentially, let me this and just see if we've got a little bit of give. Just loosening these up slightly. See if I can get it to relax and come into better alignment. That's a hard pull. Just trying to make sure it's not a distance issue, because once again, the holes in these printed parts for the linear rail are slots. So it does give you some give side to side to help with the alignment some. But we're now going to need to do some tensioning. See if we can't pull that gap in. Tension is detension. That's not completely undone. So it looks like there is just a slight bit of skew still. You want to look at it definitely back here, because this is where it's hitting back on both sides at the motor mounts. And yeah, I'm thinking that I just have a part that's partially warped a little bit. But trust me, it's still going to print just fine. It will still print just fine. I can tell you that my my other Rook 2020 downstairs, I'm pretty sure that it is not 100% skew corrected, but it prints perfectly well. The only time you're going to have a real issue is if you're trying to get a full edge-to-edge print, which I've never done a full edge-to-edge print on a V0 or one of these. Okay, so we've got our gantry done. We do need to cut our belts a little short now that we've got some initial tension. Actually, we should probably see if I've got these way over tight. We're going to do the same type of test. You're looking for 150 millimeters between the axle here and the axle on this pulley here. You're looking for 150 millimeters center to center. This over in the center as well. So to try and make this as parallel as possible, and we need to bring out our application. In this case, we're using what app? I use Sound Spectrum, and this gives me a nice graph that I can use as I strum my belts. Speaker and mics over here. Almost at 150. Flip it over here. Side is way under. This side is really way up. Every once in a while, when you're using this app, just stop and go again. Well, this one's way high. That's the thing is, as you adjust your belts, making a change to either side will change both sides. Like not giving me a reading over. About 150. This is about 170. Okay, so I'm pretty darn close right now. You can sit here and chase and chase and chase, but this gets you real close. And then if you run any type of input shaping, Clopane, and all that good stuff, shake tune, you can get a lot closer. All right, sounds good, Ash. Thank you for hanging out. Never gotten that to work. PF belt tensioner works great. I have seen some digital belt tensioners on it. Yeah, and I do have the PF belt tensioner. I probably should take a look at it, but I haven't. I bought it. I haven't calibrated it yet. You need to calibrate it, and then because it was the pre-built one, I bought it from West 3D at Murph. Belay that. I got it from West 3D at Murph at Rocky Mountain or Rocky Mountain Rep Rep. So this belt is pretty darn close. I am going to go ahead and trim the teeth over on this side some. That way we don't run into pulleys. Check that we, yep. So what I did here was your carriage has built-in install. So I bring this over until the actual linear carriage dead ends on that, and you want to make sure that neither one of your belts is already starting to hit into your pulley, because that will give you issues at the. Okay, that's good. Now we will get ourselves started on what else can we do? So like I said, this part, it's got a crack in it. That crack is right where this piece is. It's there. Like, I don't know. Do I try and continue with this part, or do I do? Is my zip tie in the way? Rotate. So, see what we need as far as our press insert. Got one through the top on each side, and that's going to be for holding in our extruder. extruder, the two on the outside. On the side, but they're back here. So we'll have to, let me move this off so I can bring my stealth press up here. And I have to put in some M3 inserts. And once again, my stealth press did crack along layer lines here and over on this side as well. Makes my base a little floppy. I'm going to attempt to reprint this entire base and the top plate in one piece so that this is monolithic versus the way it is. See if that helps or works out well. Stealth press turned on. We'll grab some press inserts. That off to the side for a moment. And do I have some? But that'll do. Give me a down. Put in some heat inserts. Now, when you're doing this, you want to go slow. You don't want to try and force it down in there. Just apply steady pressure. Let it melt in. Don't want to force it. Try and get it really close and use my surface to be like that, because what that does is any that's squished out at the top basically going to burnish it flat. That really helps to get you a nice, good, clean interface. Doing your I need the two on either side at the top. There. Put either side on the top. These are for the extruder to down in. Because we're dealing with the extruder and the gap, and we'll have PTFE through here and everything, you want to make sure it's really nice and flush so that you can get your just right. Go at the top for the extruder. Go at the front that are going to allow front panel to mount to. Two on the back here that will allow the whatchamacallit, the tool head to be screwed on. Down quickly. Yep, we are pressing inserts. Trying to get these put in to the right places based on what I'm seeing. So, two in the front, two at the top, two in the back. That's going to hold our hot end right there. Fans come. Quite figure out what's going in. Think one more that goes. Especially when you guys aren't. One right there. See that one there? So that goes in this plate, and what it is you're going to take a screw from the back from the back of the X carriage into this plate. That's what's going to hold the two tight and keep everything nice and solid. So what I'm going to do is come in from front side. Israel use this to try having flat on the edge. Orphans. That's it. Put in. That's all that goes on that piece. Now, there is another piece that needs a couple of heat sets, and that'll be the piece that we use to mount the fan. So there's going to be these two holes in the middle is what is going to mount to the piece here. So sorry, folks. These two holes right here on this plate, where this mounts, this holds your fan. Need inserts top and bottom to hold the 50-15 fan. So the inserts go on the outside edges here. pretty close. And once again, when you go to press that in the rest of the way, make sure you don't put your finger on the backside. That might wake you up as well. Hey, Mocha Maid, how's it going? Doing well. We are doing some heat press inserts, putting in some M3 inserts into some printed parts so that we can add some M3 screws in as we build our extruder up. I think got them all. Here's what we got. So I'm going to put this down and out of the way so I don't burn myself with it because I know myself. Those ways I don't knock. And I guess we'll need a couple of these boxes here to get into this stuff. Okay, so got to figure out how the best way is to start putting our basically our hot end together. Don't know if I can. So looking at this, I should be able to put most of this together directly on the printer without much fuss. Now this is a bamboo clone hot end. That we got off of Amazon. It's the same one that I sent over to folks at Tugboat 3D. So great bamboo hot end. Probably like 10 or 12 bucks. Looks like nozzle has been put on thermal grade. We will need to install thermistor here and our I have never done this. Understanding is this would edge there. Is awesome because there's a milled cutout heater core would sit into. Anything look amiss there? I mean, this heater core is literally almost the full length of it. You obviously don't want anything hanging down below the bottom here. So So Ash, you can build one of those presses. It's a stealth burner press. The files are up on printables. You can get the kits from KB3D or various other suppliers, preferably KB3D using my affiliate link. But this side also has rendering. Yeah, that's the okay. So that's where the heater core. Heater core goes on this side. Our thermistor goes in that side, and then we'll have a clip that slides up and holds everything in place. Spring clip hold everything in place. Okay. Now, I've never assembled one of these. My assumption is going to be, hey, look, spare nozzle. Got a spare nozzle, really, really tiny screw, which that would be. This goes right along that back channel, and there's and the wires will that. And what you want to do is put some thermal grease between the ceramic pad and the metal block. Now, they give you some here, 8900, be what everybody's using these days, because I believe it's the same one that comes in the Prusas. Um, so we'll just need to put this on, and my assumption, based on what I am seeing, I said that does look like there's been thermal paste supply. Nozzle was put on. Is this nozzle is properly put on and already properly? Um, we'll just go with that. We're gonna make some assumptions. Um, yeah, there's a few different ones. Like there's the was it the BLM by E3D over Europe. There's Stealth Press, which was made by Iconic Fab. There's a Stealth Press Mini. Both of the all the printed files are on printables, and you can self source or you can go buy kits. Once again, KB3D has kits for the Stealth Press. Do I have a command for that? Hey, look at that. If you want to build a Stealth Press, there's a link there. You can go ahead and grab the kit from KB3D. It is an affiliate link. Once again, it doesn't cost you anything. It gives me, basically, it gives me points that I can turn into dollars off when I buy stuff from Chris, because like I buy stuff from Chris all the time. Surprised I just don't have I'll say an open line of credit and an auto, like my paycheck doesn't just go right over there with a certain amount each month. But let me get a paper towel over here, because this stuff can get messy. We're going to put just a little dab of this thermal paste. In fact, I'm like debating if I even want to open that up or just do it the easy way. MX4 thermal is what I'm grabbing here. Been using this on a lot of builds. Make sure you got the right side. Just a little dab. You don't need a whole lot of this. You're not trying to get this huge interference thing going on. You just want a little bit. And what I'm going to do is take the side that's going to be in there, and I'm going to use that and basically just kind of press it and smear it around. Kind of like that. Lay this in that groove. There. We need our bead thermistor. Going to go in the hole. Far down as it'll go. Bring that wire up and around here as well. That. Thermistor. You're going to have that locking clip. Now the locking clip got a spring load here, and you've got a contour. Want this contour, this bump out, to be at the top, and that clip to be. Take this and slide it over every. Started in. Okay. Now is where we start getting some of this silver paste all over our fingers. Put this away. Now you want to be very, very careful. This opening is going to go over that bead thermistor, and you want to make sure that you don't pinch those wires. Oh crap. Or that you don't pull your bead thermistor back. You might have wanted to get some grease on that bead thermistor to help it stay in place. Give it good contact. So before I do anything else, let me actually try and get a little bead on that. Shove it in there. Be with headphones is the best. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that, other than you need headphones to hear me well. I find that all I'm doing is getting just a hint of some at the end. I'm going to put that bead thermistor right in there. That's going to get me a little dab on the bead. That way I'm not getting a whole hunk of junk in here. That bead thermistor down the hole. That. Try and get the wires fire and make sure that they're lined up with the groove there. Need to keep pushing this on until it's fully seated. What this is doing is providing solid pressure on our heater core, and it's also holding in our thermistor. I think preferably what we want to do is, there we go, get it pushed all the way down to where it's at that gap down. Now we can take our other wire, put it right in there next to the power cable. Now provides power cable. Now provide good routing out of the way and keep it safe. And we also have a stock. Looking at the way this goes, I'm going to assume that this is the top backside that allows for your wires to still come through. Need to get this opened up and started. There's our tool head put together. Now, see the mounting lugs for the tool head is up here at the top. It goes on either side of your filament path. So, you get this lined up. There's a slot here for your wires. And of course, either one of my connectors are going to fit through there. Well, good gracious. You mean to tell me I should have ran my wires through the top and then assembled my tool head? Or I'm going to need to depin my wires, push my wires through the hole, and then. Now the good thing is neither one of these are polarity, right? There's no polarity requirements for these hot ends. So you need to depin it. You have our trusty tweezers here. I'm going to start with the larger JST connector. Those are a lot easier to work with. Better if you push the wires all the way in. Use your pick or your tweezer just to push the locking lever down on the back of one of the pins. Pull it out. What I try and do is quickly go in there with one of my tweezers and pull that pin some. So it'll lock back in when I like really crank on it. You don't need a lot. You lift it up back a little. Oh yeah, that's the one piece of feedback that I do get on my streams is that people like them because I walk through everything as much as possible step by step. I think there's two things that I need. I need an overhead camera for some overhead shots, and I need we'll say a better main camera or a better camera that I can get close in when I'm doing things on the workbench like this, because it's just not close enough to be useful. This one, this is going to be so on this one, you've got little plastic tabs that you have to lift up. It's almost reminiscent of it is a smaller JST. You got to be real careful lifting these plastic tabs up because you can easily snap those tabs and break the connection. And you have a hard time, getting things. Be very, very careful with these wires. Thermistor wires are really thin and delicate. Caution, go slow. The pain. You'll get there. Reminds me of doing like front pin. Normally, you lift up those little locking tabs on a DuPont and you might as well be just planning on putting. Half the time, those things will break off. Okay, so we pinned our wires, so that should give us the ability to run the wires up through that channel. As the connectors, get them in the right rotation, go through. Both of the heater wires. Other two are going to be really small. This is extra fiddly. Four wires up. Now there's only one way this is going to offset. Got a short side and a thick. Only one orientation. Find in. Printed part. Very, very tight. Doesn't for me. Got to be very, very careful. Do not, I repeat, do not put any force on this hot sink. That's it. If you put any force on this, you're going to snap this or bend your. Pull these back out. So once again, the printed parts here are for PLA. I printed all of my parts in. So from a tolerance perspective, sometimes that ABS shrinks a little more than the PLA does. So what I'm going to have to do is come here and just up the file. Have a pain in the butt. Would have been a real pain in the butt is if I dumped those screws off. That would have. Screw sorting. So I'm just taking a small file and on this file, open this hole up. So tugboat. This is a note for tugboat as they start watching it. VOD later on. Test fit the heat sink hot end before you go ahead and put all your wires in. Because, yeah, it'll be easier to get in here and test fit before you get all the wires in. Now I've got the wires in. Means I got to try and fish my wires through every single time. And you want to go slow with this, open this up, because you don't want a loose fit either. Nice, snug fit. Fortunately, I can't tell how much of how much of a issue on. There's going to be some trial and error here. Try and get things worked through. every time I'm going to have to fish the. Okay, so it didn't take much. I'm going to go in. It's again the short side of the heat sink goes back the front. Want to definitely use heat sink. Do not try and push it in anything. The heated throat will damage it. It is very small. It is very tiny. Do not want to damage that because then go in. Going to be using M3 by 25 screws. Going with socket heads and through the hot end and into the that's snug these down. Now I would really love to be able to put some Loctite on these because my Rook 2020 I'm actually having problem where the tool head getting loose. Not sure if this is going to have that same type of problem where with heat, constant heat cycles, um, start to expand, contract, and they don't know. You probably don't want to do like a dab of super glue here, but if might be able to put like a drop and say use a plastic pick, but just a tad bit of Loctite in the that insert itself. Was this holder piece up? Yes, this is the Mark II that we're doing. That's why there's no cross brace here. And what I'll do is I will bring my Rook 2020 up here for probably the next stream on Thursday, just to kind of show you everybody the difference between the Mark I and Mark II. This is a completely different holder. So the Rooks use a kind of hard, but I don't have a Rookery anymore. But this is the Sentinel tool head that I was using the um, on the Rook Mark One, and I have one of these on the Rook 20 as well. But you'll see here that it's basically a standard, I'll say, Creality style mounting for the tool head, but they've called out the use of a CSC. And I would take this apart and use all of these components, but it calls for in the Rook 2020 Mark II, we're using these bamboo clones. Bamboo clones are like bucks, right? And it comes with a spare hot end. So chances are this is going to be really good. I love my bamboos. You could literally get a fully built bamboo tool head for nickels. You so kind of like this, and quite honestly, these are JST. If I put a tool head board on there, these might be worthwhile to keep the AST. Not, I'm going to swap these out for microfits. So for right now, I'm not even going to bother to put the connectors back on here just yet. What I am going to do is take like the wrenches that they provide and stuff like that, put them up, because larger one will go on the heat brake, this will go on the tool head, or the tool, on the nozzle itself. Like I said, it does come with a spare nozzle. Yeah, so this is a Sentinel tool head, which uses 4010 cooling fans to provide better cooling. This works really, really well. Sentinel works really, really well. It's, I know people, I think Zombie put a dragon burner on his one point. Got kind of a love affair with the dragon burner. Yeah, it's a different holder. So we've got that on there. The actually mounting the extruder we'll do later. Now, the other thing you'll see here is there's a slit here. Your wires are going to come up and run back under that slit so that your extruder can mount, and that's the routing of your wires. So it's nice, clean, and out of the way. Trying to think. So this just sits on. So I think what we want to work on next is getting our fan mount on here. And basically we can build this entire tool head up, and then it's literally going to sit with this wedge going on top of the wedge here on our carriage. And then there's one screw that comes in. Let me try and show. So our carriage has this wedge on it. So this will sit on that wedge. And then there will be a screw that comes in at the bottom back right there that will go into that heat set insert. And that's what pulls this nice and tight up against. And that's your entire carriage mount. A center basic wedge, a centering wedge, and a single screw at the base. And what I just realized is I put heat sets here and here on this part. This is kind of the fan shroud, what this is. So 5015 fan that we're going to put on. This mounts through the 5015 into this plate, and that is your fan ducts right there for your hot end. And then you're going to come with these two screws through the back plate as well. You'll have 3 screws that'll hold your back plate on. Once again, only one of them is physically mounting it here. Other 2 are going to basically this whole piece. So we will need to add sets here real fast. And we're probably going to have to do that before we can go any further here. So let me get the heat press back up here real fast, and we'll get those 2 installed. Nice thing is this heats up real fast, so it's not like it's that big of a deal. And I've actually gone ahead and bought a TS100 that I just leave with the tips. There are mounts that you can do for the side to hold all your tips, but I just did this little case that holds my tips and the standard soldering iron. So if I ever need to, I can basically take my soldering iron with a standard soldering iron tip and the tip for my heat presses. It shows in case I'm going to be doing a build or I may need to work on a build while I'm there. So that's probably already hot. Need 2 of our heat set inserts. Really need to redo the base. I guess the question is do I keep this the way it is or do I possibly build a mini? Depends on what, I don't know what size I need for the minis. Okay, so that part's done. Let's go ahead and get this installed, and these are going to get installed to the front of the tool head with M3 by 30s. No. M3 by 8s. That will mount this to the face, and the M3 by 30s is what will connect our fan and the whole front face. Need a 50-15 blower. Go grab one of those out of the bench. One readily available. $50-15. Yeah. Of other fans. So these are Winsen. I know a lot of people don't like the Winsens. I take it back. I have a Winsen and I have a Galalantu. We'll go with the Winsen. Grab that. I normally buy these in pretty large bulk. The biggest thing is make sure that they're dual ball bearing. You don't want hydraulic. Trust me, hydraulic fans work great in a vertical airflow. As soon as you put them sideways, like I don't know, 60-20 fans and the side skirts of a Voron, you'll come in and you'll see that there's oil all over your table because, well, they'll leak. That's not the orientation. Working on builds on the fly. Okay. I understand that. So we need to understand how this mounts. High, low, low. So it's going to go just like that. And we needed said 30. Chris was saying he was having all kinds of problems. He didn't have all the right screws. Well, that's my current set of screws. Because I do so many Voron builds, I just keep like M3s and then like M5 by 10s and stuff like that here because it seems like it always works out best to have there. Yeah, do a bit of filing. And ducking as well. So the holes aren't lining up, but it's because this piece right here, and this piece is actually the latch holding this side together. We won't need it because of how it's going to sit down in that duct. So we can cut this. This is one of what, 1, 2, 3 latches that holds the two sides together. So I'm just going to cut this one off with flush cutters, putting a finger over the top to make sure that it doesn't come out and hit me in the eye and take an eye out. Also, don't be afraid to take the file and file that down smooth and get rid of any bumps. Down in there. Yeah, I need. Oh, there we go. Now we can line this up over the front of our package there, and our screw line up with that inserts on be added to the front. I said 30, it's not. M3 by 20. These are going to be way too 20. Black screw. Make these snug. No need to ugga these down. You're just compressing the fan between some printed parts. You don't want to go crazy and break something. You hear it cracking, you've gone too far. So there we have it so far. Not sure what these holes over here are for. Don't see anything that mounts unless there might be a plate to do auto level. This side, we're going to add the hot end fan. It's going to be a Assuming a 3010. Yep, 3010 going on with M3 by 16. So we're going to need a 3010 axial fan. Look, a 3010 axial fan. And we'll probably mount this. We want the airflow to be going in through the side here. So we'll set this down in here. And the M3 by 16 screws are going to be going right into the plastic. And it's fan. It's not like it's a huge load item. But we'll want the screws, or I'm sorry, the wire facing up. That it is easy for our cable management. And once again, no need to ugga-dugga this down. You're just getting it snug because we are running this into plastic. No need to do anything major here because you'll strip the plastic and part. There's our tool head. So front, you got your 5015 fan here. And from the front, blowing down ducts. Lemon squeezy. What else do we have? We have the our whatchamacallit, our extruder. We'll need to add on there. Like extruder. Probably, oh, we need to add the screws in the back that hold everything together. Three by sixes. But I do have two. And snug. Don't not trying to tension the crap out of it. You're just get it aligned and snug. I'm done. Now this is all one solid piece. Everything's together. The only thing we need to do is hang this and do the one screw from the back. Mounts this to the carriage. So let's stuff around, bring this back up. And once again, this is just going to sit on there like that. But use the anonymous screw that's not shown. Awesome. Well, I have no more M3 by 6s. Grab an M3 by 8. Don't knock this. come in from the back here with our 3x8. Probably need to do this. Got my ball in just because it's shorter. It should be making it. Where's the... So the issue is there's a slot. So it can move up and down in that slot. I'm apparently not able to find the hole. So to speak. Try an M3x10. Oh, here we go. The 8 was probably too short, so the 10 does it. Now that's nice and rigid mount, fairly rigid mount. There's still a bit of wobble in it. I mean, it is what it is. There's... don't know what this is for. There's 2 screws here that come in from the top and I don't know what that... nothing on here. So you'll see here, there's these 2 holes and a slot. I have no idea what those are for. Nothing here that tells me what that is for. I don't know. Other than the fact that I've got wires here for, of course, my thermistor and my heater that I'm going to have to change connectors on and extend. Then I'll have my 2 fans that we'll have to extend wires on, and we'll have our extruder. Now, my extruder is an HEX phone is what it is. So this is basically Bondtech LGX, HGX gear set. It's pretty. Yeah, it's an all metal extruder. I think Canrog said, I believe this one or the one on the front side of it had issues with one or both of those. So just know that on the cheap, cheap versions that you get off AliExpress or Amazon, these small bearings may give up the ghost down the road. And you may be taking this apart. It's pretty simple. It's not super duper hard. It's very minimal part count. Just know that you may be taking this apart to fix that. And of course, this is a bare thing. It didn't come with the motor. You need to add our own motor. which you have one of those out and set parts already. Thought I had it. What I get for thinking. You had the motor somewhere. I do have the motor somewhere. It's just going to take me a minute to find out and remember what I did with that motor. Too many moving parts. What it amounts to. Hurts. Oh hey, there's the fan I had pulled off the other. Stops. Okay. I don't know. I've moved this box around quite a lot. Oh yeah. Could be one of I'll be darned. Those are the big motors for the whatchamacallit, the LGX Pro, for the Takado, and here we go. So this was the Sherpa Mini that was on the Fabrico Rook. I know that because that was the color scheme. So take 2 screws off and the motor comes off and we've got our motor. The only downside that I hate on the Sherpa Mini is you cannot get to this screw without undoing the tensioner. That is really the only downside. Hey, Avidus, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So we're going to go ahead and take off these M3 however long button head screws. Here we go. And this is an 8-tooth motor. Okay. So 8-tooth, that is critical. You can have an 8-tooth or you can have a 10-tooth size yeah, it can be an 8 or a 10-tooth. Really need to know which one you have because it will adjust your rotation distance steps. So just be aware of that. The other thing that I want you guys to be aware of, back in here real fast, is whenever you build a Sherpa, be very, very careful. This, see how dark that is? That is dark because we've been metal on metal. So I've basically had to be overcoming the fact that my pen was sticking out the back and the big gear on the pin on the big white gear was sticking out and rubbing on the face of the motor and actually put a pretty significant divot in the face of the motor. Now the motor's still good. I was just driving it extra hard to deal with the friction of grinding that pin down. And that's the crud off of it. So let me see if I can't. That off my hands. Now we're going to mount this motor to this extruder. That pin should be good. Under oh, that under is going to make this really kink. So we're going to flip it over and we're going to do it quote unquote over top. And same thing here. You go ahead and put screws in. Now these screws go through the extruder and then screw in. These are threaded ears on your EMA, whatever I need. And just know it's probably going to be best to use button heads on this, just so you don't have anything that gets in the way of your you don't have anything that gets in the way of your tensioner arm if you have to open your idler arm up to do any work on the motor. Other thing I'm going to say is that is probably a 6 and 8 would go well with threads extra. I'm going to go with the 10. There's a reason why. And that reason is because having a longer exposed thread on the back will allow me to install some standoffs. So what this is basically going to be set up to do is, well, the default configuration for your Rook is to have a full length umbilical. So all wires go back to the backside. So now I can check my tooth engagement. So on a Sherpa, one side is fixed, the other side has a slot, so you can adjust your engagement. On this particular case, there's just 2 fixed mount points. One here, one here. This is why I said I wanted to use a button head versus socket head. There's not a lot of room to let this, but I am checking, and I do have good teeth engagement with not a whole lot of back. This is actually pretty darn. We'll be able to mount this now directly here. Now, that's a large hole path, and the top here is a large hole. which means we're going to want to use some PTFE tube as a constraint mechanism for our filament between our extruder and the tool head itself. Though is check to see what our filament path is like. We're going to have to see about what we need as far as filament path. What I'm going to do is I've got this pushed all the way down, and I just set this on here. Now what I want to do, back off and find Sharpie. This, and back on there again, and use my Sharpie, mark it. Now that tells me how deep it goes into the how deep it's going to go into the extrusion. Measure that. It goes a centimeter into the extruder, not the. So I need to add a centimeter onto this mark right. Just for giggles, that is 12 millimeters. Well, I need a total of 22 millimeters for the filament path through here. Now, for this filament path, not want a reverse Bowden, aka a 3 millimeter inside diameter. Want the millimeter thicker walled inside diameter, and we're going to need this at 22 millimeters. So what I need to do is find my Weekday Builds tube length cutter here. Get my PTFE tube. Not wanting to go. What you'd want is to measure out your 22 millimeters of tube out the end and then flush cut. Now this, for whatever reason, being very tight, do not know. Definitely screws loose. Screw is loose. There we go. That PTFE very tight. E. Some 4 millimeter bit. PTFE tube should nominally be 4 millimeters on the outside dimension. 4 millimeter reamer. Sure that is a 4 millimeter hole. multiple walls, PLA print. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going? Finishing up your Rook 2020 Mark II as well? Nice. That did almost next to nothing. So, see if this gets easier to push stuff through. Not a whole lot. Of course, this is a pretty simple design. Simple clamping mechanism. We're looking for about 22 millimeters of exposed length. Yes, those Wago mounts are simply VHB taped to the bed. More of a freckle. Too much. And yeah, that's the way I had it on the Rook Mark I Fabrico kit. Just had it back there with some VHB tape. So once you get that on there, you're going to take and tighten up your clamp. You're not trying to squish it, you're just trying to make it nice and tight. And that gives you a good surface. You can now take your X-Acto knife or hobby knife and cut that tube flush. That makes sure that you get a nice good flush end. And then, as always, we'll take our burring tool and a couple of light passes to chamfer the edges. We're going to do it on both sides. And what that will do will help your filament actually be able to go in easier as it comes into the PTFE area. Because remember, when we load and unload our filament, we tend to get a little bit of a blob on the end of it. It's not exactly 1.75. So having that little bit of chamfer will help guide it into the tube. Take that and wedge that back down in there. Take our wires for our hot end and pull those back. We'll line this up, set it down on there. Knowing that we're going to have to work on these wires, we may wind up taking this back off to extend or put different connectors on here. And we're going to need some M3 something. Oh, hey, we have phantom hold downs there as well. Looking at the thickness, I'm going to use M3 by 12s. Just due to the thickness of the extruder itself and the depth of our mounting hardware. So M3 by 12. Everybody trying to make their extruders compact, always line a screw up with the idler on. Yeah, Thunder Keys. This has been a pretty nice build. It's a pretty cool little build. I like having a 50-15 fan on the front. It should provide a lot better cooling than what we're used to. It was one of the reasons why I went with a Sentinel on the on my Mark 1. One is because it allowed me to do a direct drive toolhead. I was having issues running my Sherpa Mini in a Bowden tube configuration. It just kept pushing, like it had so much torque, it kept pushing the Bowden tube out of the top coupler. So by running it in a direct drive, I just had a little bit of filament, a little bit of reverse Bowden tube to help guide it, and it worked really well. Worked really, really well. So, and I like the Sherpa Mini extruder. I run it on many of my printers. And in fact, my Rook 2020 Mark 1 is running an Orbiter 2 with a filament runout sensor. And I love that as well. That is also a killer system. These spacers aren't used. Current X1. No idea what these are unless I have some parts here that I have no idea what they're using. Okay, these are spare pieces there. What else do we have? Oh, hey, it's almost 10 o'clock. So I think that's where we're going to call it a night. we've got our toolhead installed. We've got um, our belts run, our XY gantry done, our toolhead installed. We'll need to wire our toolhead and determine how we want to do that. I had extended these before to make a, up and down. I don't know if I want to do an umbilical or if I want to do a toolhead board. I will most likely start off doing home runs umbilical, just taking everything back to the main tool board, which is up underneath or will be up underneath. In fact, I think I just put all the screws that I used for mounting it, but let's go ahead and remount our electronics. That simply by setting this over on its face, like that. You can see where our electronics will go. Now to mount these, you're going to go into the standoffs. You don't need like super duper long screws. So M3 by 6s will work fine. M3 by 8s is what I will use right here because, well, that's what I've got. So 2, 4, 5. That'll be for the SKR Mini V3V3. And I will need 4 for the Raspberry Pi. This can go back in the drawer. And once again, this, I'm going to do this at this point, partly because, well, it allows me to get them off the table and get them semi-protected because they're going to be up underneath here and out of the way. So our SKR Mini, there's only one way that it's designed to go based on the mount pattern here. And it's going to be with the SD card facing the front of the printer and our power wire facing the back of the. And you're seeing that I've got some connectors already on it. Hopefully we can reuse those from when I had it as the Rook Mark 1. If we can't, well, sucks. No, it's no big deal. It just means that we'll have to come up with a different mounting. I just realized there's only 4 screws. There's 5 total mounting holes, but they only provided 4 lugs. Yeah, I'm kind of screwing for days. These could really be with M3 by 6s. I just don't have, well, I have some, but they're button heads, and I'm starting to run low on them. And once again, just going for snug. We don't need to ugga-dugga these down. Just there to hold the board in place. And then on the Raspberry Pi, there was a couple of different mounts. The other mount I realized was, actually, this is the, so the other mount is designed for the Raspberry Pi. It actually has a Rook logo on it, and it would allow you to mount it up here or down here. Problem is going up here, you're starting to get in where your eye is. Go down here, then it's kind of where do I mount things at? What I want to do is I wanted to use these two holes here. This particular mount with the X, it's made to be mounted into the centerpiece, but you'll notice one of these is not in line with. That's because this is actually a mount for a Big Tree Tech Pi, which would use a slightly different version of Linux and it would enable you to actually run board at 24. However, Big Tree Tech Pi is based on the ones that are out right now are based on one, and that means you cannot use a DSI display. You would have to use a HDMI type display, and we're actually going to be running a DSI display. It's going to hang off the front of the printer, and so you just have to realize that, and you've got your display connector down here in the back. The other thing I will say on these, this is a Raspberry Pi 4. To mount up a Raspberry Pi 02W, to mount up a Raspberry Pi, even with a Raspberry Pi 3, I've had issues depending on what you have connected. Raspberry Pi 4 or above, here's my suggestion. Run directly into the, connect your 5-volt directly into your USB-C as well as the GPIO, or make sure that you run 2 5 volts into your GPIO. My current setup here is just 4 wires, red and black. So power, ground, and then transmit and receive. UART connection, transmit and receive are bold. In other words, transmit from your TFT and your SKR Mini goes to the receive on the Raspberry Pi. Transmit on the Raspberry Pi goes to the receive of the TFT port on your SKR Mini E3V3. Now, with that being said, that gives you the TFT port provides power, ground, transmit, receive, reset. To connect up the reset, what you will want to do is run another connector, or 5-volt pin from somewhere. Since we're going to be running a DSI display, we're not going to be 5-volt that's in the display header here. So grab the 5-volt from the display header and provide it into pin 2. Then 4 is power, 6 is ground, and transmit receive. So want to run 2 5-volt lines to the GPIO on preferably Pi 3 and above. Anytime I run it with just a single 5-volt pin to the GPIO, I will get, you plug anything else in, get under voltage issues at main sale, and I can get MCU. So always run both 5-volt connectors to your Raspberry Pi. Okay. This just mounts with 4 screws. Get these started, and plays going here where my PSI is. So mount it with our USB. go. Then we'll take our wire, make sure we have it in the right orientation. And now, once again, I'll be able to bring another 5-volt pin, most likely from the EXP. Go to the first pin down here into pin 2. That will give me a second, that'll get me a second 5-volt going into that pin. And that's going to provide all the necessary power. And I did that on my black box build as well. You got to make sure that you have plenty of power, especially for a Pi 4 or a Pi 5. And like I said, I've had the issue with trees as well, having random MCU disconnects on my Annex Engineering K3, which is all connected via USB, but I had a connection to the SKR 3 EZ board, to the Annex Engineering Constellation Supernova board. Those are the 2 MCU controllers for the printer. I also had Beacon, and I think there was I think I was going to run a connection out the back. So yeah, but there's our electronics mounted. Nothing's really wired up yet. We still can't do our Z-axis just yet. I don't want to put the bed on until we do the Z-axis. I need to get the belt done first. Then we can mount our bed. We'll have the Wagos back here that will run for the power and stuff to the bed. And we'll work on the rest of our wiring here in a little bit. Bring all our wiring around. And this just screams for a Nighthawk 36. Just saying. Nighthawk 36 would be really cool. But we shall see. Right now, that's where we're at. And by the way, welcome in, KB3D Chris. Welcome in. What do you think? I think we're looking pretty good so far. Everything's moving pretty good. We got our belts tension, our belt pass run. We got our toolhead built and installed. We'll need to do our wiring, of course. I'll need to figure out which way, like, do I want to route these around and around the side? I want to bring them kind of straight back, and if so, where do I have mounting bosses or ways of zip tying this stuff down? I don't know. So it's really just trying to figure out how we want to route our wires to keep everything nice and neat. We're going to have to extend or at least add connectors to our thermistor and heater wires. KB3D just renewed his subscription and has been a member for a total of 16 months. That is so, Chris. I can't do my Z-axis because I need a 60 millimeter D shaft or straight shaft, what have you. So that's kind of my sticking point right now, is I don't have that connector, which sucks. Or that connector, that 5 millimeter shaft. I did not realize that it was going to be that big. Ow. Also, does that look familiar? So I printed it out, and my plan is I've laid out on, this is some 6 mil, 6-inch by 12-inch plate. These were the milled edges, so I considered this to be the straightest edge on here. Made the straight edge across the top. started from the sides because I can't guarantee these saw cuts were straight. And in fact, I can tell you they're not perfectly straight. And I'm going to cut this out with a bandsaw and then, you know, go about the process of deburring all the edges, making them pretty. It's almost like, I don't know, I've got metalworking tools from building an airplane. Got the parts to basically create this. I'm not going to do these angled cutouts. I'm just going to round over the edges. I mean, these are nice, but I don't think it's really doing anything. Other than removing material, and it's great if you were CNCing it, but you know, if I could use the CNC, that'd be great. But I'm kind of, you know, I'm building it. It's sitting over here. There we go. Sitting right here. Still building it. So the good news is we've got the in-stop mount, the power supply mounts, and the bed screw adjustment nuts. So the point I was just basically trying to get ready to make is there's not much left. I mean, we're getting into, we need the Z belt. We need to build our Z geared axis or geared motor, run our Z belts, mount the bed, and do some wiring. So we're getting pretty close to done here. The 60 millimeter shaft is for the geared Z motor. So let me set this back down again. So this piece will mount out here and we'll go around our Z motor. And then that shaft goes through here, through a bearing, through our pulley, and into another bearing so it's supported on both sides. And that's a 60 millimeter shaft. So that's the downside is I don't have a 60 millimeter, a 5 millimeter, 60 millimeter long, either straight shaft or D shaft preferably is what it calls for. And I know it's in the stuff that you sent to Tugboat because I actually looked up the PO to, or the quote to figure out what size I needed. One way or the other. See? Ugh. That's what I need. And I don't know if I can get one on exactly. Exactly. That's the longest one I have is 43. It's actually 43 millimeters. And I know that because it came with it. I think one of Free Heathen's worker bots took the damn thing. I wound up, I couldn't get it off your site. I wound up having to buy two off of West 3D. And I made sure to get more than one in case I misplaced one. But yeah, it's 43 millimeters. Yep. So let's see. So I was talking about this earlier. So this is the view of Fay Dragon right now. So this has one of the LDO enclosure, 3DO enclosure installed. The bottom right front facing corner. It was way too dark, so I've added lights So I took it off the shelf and did lights the other night. So I've got lights in there now, so the camera works really good. Of course, the print I was doing on it decided to fork out and fail. So I got about that far, then it's hit something and skipped a bunch of steps and went all ugly on me. I have to try and print this again. This is going to be the large matrix in orange. Let's see what else. We talked about the parts that I've printed so far for the V01 rebuild of V02. Yes, for special chips. That's going to be the, well, here, let me grab the stuff. Let me grab the stuff and we'll go to main camera view. Main camera view. Bring this and set it back up right. So I've got two things that I've been printing. And I decided to use the same filament because, hey, why not, right? So I was printing that on the Voron 2.4 because the bamboos were busy. So this is 3DO ASA CF Blue and 3DO ASA Carbon Gray. So these are the main two colors, along with a neon orange Polymaker ABS that are going to be part of my Talon Claw 4 foam dart toy. So I figured I had both of these out. I might as well get them, might as well print that and the other stuff. So what I've been doing, I have been printing the other parts for the Voron V0 rebuild that I keep talking about. So once again, the CF Blue and the Carbon Gray. And this is going to be for the Baby Blue rebuild, which is my Voron V01. We're going to rebuild that to a V02 and get a door back on it, since I took the door off to put on Free Heathens build because I broke the door panel. And once I'm done printing the blue parts for the V0, I'll throw the orange over there from Polymaker and print out the rest of the Talon Claw stuff. Now the Talon Claw stuff is going to get in, I believe I just got a delay notice, and it will be in on the main kit. I've got a couple of parts. I've already bought mods for it for a buttstock. But that'll be here on Thursday, I think. It's funny, they're coming from the same place, but from the same state, but the stuff shipping via USPS is going to get here before the stuff shipping from UPS, because UPS has already called out an operational delay, probably because of the weather that just ran through there. My VCore 4 kit is, well, it was currently in flight across the pond. Let me do a quick check and see if it is at least stateside now. At 10 p.m., like 7 minutes ago, it had processed at Atlanta, Georgia. So looks like it's on time, and my VCore 4 kit should be here tomorrow. So Yay, another big build. I did only get the 300 size. Um, 300 size, hybrid motor upgrade. So it'll have the extra motors for the Y. Panel kit, and it comes with all printed parts. And from what I was reading, it actually comes with a Raspberry Pi 4, a Rapido 2 high flow hot end, a Orbiter 2 extruder. Hey Chris, I might want a filament sensor and an orbital or an Orbiter 2 soon. I say that because you had the Orbital 2, but you don't have the filament sensor. And I gave my filament sensor and my spare orbiter to Goober 2, Goober 2D, aka Evil Diesel's little one, for a soon built print. I don't know because she got the Orbital 2 Orba Tool 2.0 board from LDO at Murph on that. I gave her the extruder and filament set, had all that. And I've looked and nobody has the filament set. They're all on pre-orders. Okay, great. So if you wouldn't mind putting the Orbital 2 and one of those filament sensors aside when you get your next LDO order in, just ping me. Built the printer. I'm already looking it up. But yeah, so we've got that going on. Positron hasn't shipped yet, but I wasn't expecting it to. It's going to be whatever batch 2 or whatever winds up coming. That'll come out eventually. It'll get here. And then yeah, we still have the droids we have to work on because those are going to 3D Printtopia. So we'll have the droid builds, Talon Claw. We'll finish the Rook 2020 Mark II. We'll have, what do we have? We'll have other things. There are all kinds of cool things. Oh, my light panel is all ready to go. So there's the light there's the light panel. I did post pictures on Twitter, but we've got our RGBs all the way around, and Solar did just send me an update that has like a second inner ring to help diffuse the light a little bit better. And I'm thinking about redoing this and see if I can't sync it in rather than the logo being a color swap, just doing it as a straight multicolor print. I think that would be pretty cool. But I've got the controller set up. 3-wire coming out. This is a it's a ESP32 on an Electro Cookie board. Basically, it's a controller that Maker Mashup has a video on. This is the second one I built. And then this is a power cord that'll come down underneath this center bench. There's metal straps that go through underneath to provide additional rigidity and support. I've got a sheet of a sheet of plywood underneath there with a 5-volt power supply. So, and some Wago connectors. So I'm just going to run this down, connect it in, and I just need to find a good place. I'm thinking about putting it on the wall over here, so it'll sit above black box. And I should have plenty of wire to come down here. If not, then I'll remake the wire. Yeah, so this is all ready to go. And because it's on a ESP32 running WLED, we'll say at some point I need to get with Chris. Heaven forbid if I actually give him access to even more things, and he'll help me set up Lumia Stream so that you guys can play with the lights and stuff. To include the ones behind me. That's just a straight light strip, 3 sections of light strip. So each bench has a separate light strip. That's just 3 light strips connected together. So, got Easter eggs will be hidden, I'm sure. I'm sure. Okay, so with that, guys, it's a little bit after 10 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream. Let me see who is up and running. I know Tuesday nights there's a big Jano stream normally, and I am sure a zombie hedgehog by now. So let me take a quick gander and who is up and running. Good panel. Infra science, patient, game, literacy, electronics for fun, hello, tutor, mayhem, shenanigans, doing some more driving again. Oh, wow. I see no Jano, and I see no Jano and no zombie yet. Kind of weird for me. Pan Fried Duda's doing some Lego science. You know, we haven't done science in a long, long while, if at all. So let's go ahead and head over to science. They're a husband and wife team. They're really cool. They, what are they talking about tonight? Whale shark model build and chatting shark science for Shark Week. Well, there you go. Go over and hang out with science. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for all the support that you've given me, continue to give me. I hope everybody has a great week. I will see you guys on Thursday, and hopefully by then we'll be getting into some wiring on our Rook 2020 Mark II. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great night. Here we go. Bye now.